Germs in a town. Annie, ready? You're ready?
Have we seen Jared this morning?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I'm not too worried about it at the moment,
Thanks. Yeah, you bet.
but I won't go into deliberations without him. As soon as it quiets down, we'll get started. Thank you. We resume in session with 6 out of 7 members present. I'll just tell you my intention that we will not deliberate without all 7 of us here. And so if necessary, we're going to take a recess, but we'll see if the 7th doesn't show up in the meantime. And then just a couple of announcements to the members. You're receiving several RCs here that may or may not impact your decisions today. Take a look at them and do with them what you will. Then second of all, I think all of us on the board and staff, big thank you to Mr. Zaray, who's supporting the local economy and has supplied us with donuts for the morning after his phone monitored him during the last meeting. So word to the wise, unless you want to support the local bakeries, turn off your phones. With that, there's Jared, there he is. So we now have a 7th member. We'll go into deliberations starting with proposal 60. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is James Jackson. I'm the Kodiak Commercial Salmon and Herring Area Management Biologist. Proposal 60, 5AAC 18369, Mainland District Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal would allow weekly fishing periods up to 105 hours in the Mainland District from July 20th through August 1st. Fishing period length would depend on the strength of pink and chum salmon returns to local systems. If adopted, this would allow more fishing time in sections of the Mainland District that the department determines are exhibiting strong returns of local pink and chum salmon. Increased fishing time within the Mainland District may increase the harvest of sockeye salmon, resulting in earlier closures of the Cape Igvac and North Shelikof Management Area seaward zones. The department is neutral on this proposal. The department supports the ability to extend openers to help control local pink and chum salmon escapement. In years where the seaward zones in the Mainland District have not closed by July 19th, extensions to the commercial fishing periods would result in potential earlier seaward zone closures, although this proposal is not expected to affect how the department manages those seaward zones. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And before we go into discussions, I just have a question on your part of your statement about it may be impacting an earlier closure of Cape Igvac. How did you draw that conclusion?
Mr. Chairman, if currently right now from the 6th of July through August 1st, the minimum amount of openings are 57 hours per week in the Cape Igvac section. So if this proposal were passed, we on the 20th of August would be able to extend those fishing periods. So essentially you just have more fishing periods, so you have more opportunity for those seiners to catch more sockeye, which could possibly make it so that we would have to close those outer Cape zones.
Thank you. Any board discussion on proposal 6060? Mr. Carpenter, while you still has a voice.
I still have a voice. Bear with me, folks. I got a little bit of a sore throat going. But just a question. So currently, maximum 57 hours for the pink and chum areas. Typically, is that satisfactory for you to be able to not over escape these areas? And do you fly often enough during that part of the year to be able to react if you do have big runs so that you would be able to provide more time if this proposal were to pass?
Through Chair, Mr. Carpenter. So currently, with the minimum of 57 hours per week, if there is a strong local pink and chum salmon run to portions of the Mainland District, it's not enough fishing time to be able to control local pink and chum salmon escapement. That being said, it depends on the strength of the run. Right now, with the current budget constraints that we have, because this proposal was passed at the last board meeting, and because the fisheries are limited to 57-hour-a-week openings, we don't fly the mainland district until the end of July, because we don't have the opportunity to extend, and there's a limited amount of money, so we just don't fly it until we can actually use the data for extending the fishery.
Anything further? Any other board members? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. Do you have any indicators about whether or not the timing of southbound runs is changing over time? i.e., is the first run, early run, Chignik, showing up later? Do you have any genetics to support that one way or the other? Anecdotally, empirically, anything?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, what I can say is since the Outer Cape closures regulations have been instituted in the Cape IGVAC section, we have not had the chance to close them yet. In other words, those caps have not been met. So it does not seem to be a large amount of sockeye salmon traveling on the south end of the mainland district in July,
How do you know that?
because they're not being caught.
Okay.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James, so this proposal is Cape to Cape inside Pink and Chum. That's kind of what the proposal is looking for. Is there any substantial amount of sockeye harvest that takes place inside the Cape during these Pink and Chum openers that currently exist?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, in the North Shelikoff area, when the Outer Cape closures take place, if there are a large amount of sockeye northbound traveling, there are still times where there's sockeye salmon harvested inside the areas that are closed Cape to Cape.
Anything further? Mr. Wood?
That kind of rang a bell for me a little bit. This may pertain mostly to 2020, but those sockeye traveling north, is there any genetic stock identification on those?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, there's no modern stock composition data for any of the sockeye salmon harvested in the North Shelikoff.
Thank you.
Any other board? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Yeah, I'm kind of going back and forth on this one, frankly, and I'm thinking about north and southbound sockeye along the mainland. They do swing into those bays. July was closed, I think, specifically to try and minimize that. So I'm just trying to decide whether or not, it makes sense to provide unlimited potential time based only on pink and chum abundance. There is a responsibility to manage for sockeye, irrespective of where they're headed, whether it's in your area or not, at this board level. So, I don't want to unduly restrict their ability to harvest local pink and chums, but the problem is there's mixed stocks in there. And so I'm kind of going back and forth on this one, and I'm very interested in hearing any other deliberations.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I think that's a reasonable concern that you just brought up, Marit. I guess the one thing that I'm curious to know is, it just seems like you're lacking the tool right now, the way the current regulation is written, to harvest pink and chums, to avoid potentially over-serious exceeding runs and not maximizing the harvest when the potential is there. Do you have, if this proposal were to pass as written, it's obviously an up to number, so there's a lot of information that you're going to be, utilizing to come up with how long you decide an opener is going to be. Do you have the ability through EO authority, because this is Cape to Cape, to move that line in farther so that you could minimize if there is potentially northbound sockeyes, to still allow some sort of a pink and chum harvest?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I mean, with EO authority, we have broad authority to do a lot of different things. It would be definitely something that we have never done. And we would probably look for board guidance on how to institute that. I will say with regard to the timing of openings over there, typically in July, we try to keep the entire area, Kodiak area, pink salmon openings relatively similar. In other words, if the west side's open for 81 hours, the east side's open for 81 hours, the mainland district, if this were to pass, would likely only open for 81 hours. It would be highly unlikely that you would get to the 20th of July on the mainland district and have some kind of continuous fishing.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
But this is requesting up to basically a doubling of the allowable time currently. Am I reading that correctly? A little bit less than double.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Yeah, so previously, before the last board cycle, the North Shelikof only went through the 25th of July. And we had instances where we got to the 25th of July, flew a survey, the North Shelikof plan was done, or honestly, this actually takes place in two different management plans. There's the North Shelikof management plan, and then there's the mainland district management plan. So when we're talking about the openings, we're actually just talking about the mainland district management plan. But before the last board meeting, up to the 25th of July, when we got to that 25th, we had the ability to extend the fishery up to 105 hours. So it's not like something we haven't done before. And you're talking about, at most, it's 10 or 11 days before the management plan changes. And if we had weekly openings, it would be at most, more than likely, 4 days extra fishing over there because of the weekly fishing schedule on strong pink and chum runs.
Anything further?
No, I mean, yes, I guess. You know, again, those management changes were made for a reason. It's been one cycle since that time. There's no genetics. There's, the only ability for you to gauge what's being caught over there is by what's being caught. So, I just wish we had some more information about potential impacts north and south. And I just think it's useful information if this is going to continue to come up at this board, and I think it will over the course of the next few cycles or however long. So I don't know. I guess that's all I'll say.
Mr. Godfrey?
So the net effect of this proposal, as written here, is this would allow for more fishing time in sections of the mainland district that the department determines are exhibiting strong returns of local pink and chum salmon. So that's determinative. It's an ongoing assessment by the department through aerial surveys. And under department comments, the department supports the ability to extend openings to help harvest excess local pink and chum returns. So, I mean, there's triggers involved here based on the department's assessment. So for that reason, I'm all about liberalizing the fishery when possible on an ongoing basis. So I'll be supporting this.
Question. So there's triggers based on pink and chums. Are there any triggers in the management plan on sockeye?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So the North Shelikof plan would still be in effect. So if we got to the 20th of July and the North Shelikof was not closed and we had a fishery longer than 57 hours and those triggers were met, the North Shelikof Outer Cape areas would still close.
What about on the south end?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, same.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
I'll just go ahead and do cost real quick while I have my voice. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for the department or the private person to participate in the fishery. Not sure if there's anything else, but if there's nothing else, I'd call the question.
Question's been called. We'll go to EO, sports,
No, Mr. Chair.
commercial,
No, Mr. Chair.
subsistence,
No, Mr. Chair.
law,
No, Mr. Chair.
wildlife troopers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 60. Mike Wood,
No.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
No.
John Wood,
No.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We go to proposal 61.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 61, 5AAC 18361, Allotac District Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would change the Allotac District Salmon Management Plan to allow openings in the dog salmon flat section of the Allotac District only after August 15th and after 3,000 coho salmon have escaped upstream of dog salmon weir. The department is opposed to this proposal. If adopted, this proposal would lead to a loss of harvest opportunity and foregone harvest of Dog Salmon Creek pink salmon and sockeye salmon escapement. This would also lead to Dog Salmon Creek pink salmon over escapement and future loss of productivity. And just as a side note, we typically pull the weir these days on August 9th due to budget constraints, so this would act as an effective closure.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Well, seeing Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just look at public comment. The Kodiak AC is opposed to this unanimously. There's multiple instances of personal opposition to this, similar to what the department just said. I agree with their assessment of the situation, specifically in regards to the weir being pulled and budgetary constraints if this were to pass. So I would just leave my comments at that.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. So this proposal reads like it expresses concern over coho conservation. Is there anything that we need to be aware of aside from what's in the comments? Is there a coho conservation concern in this system in the Allotac area? Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. As far as we know, the coho runs are doing fine down there. Again, we don't count the fish like we used to. I will say it is rare for the dog salmon flat section to be open during this time frame. Typically, it is open based on either pink salmon returning to the Fraser system or sockeye and pink salmon returning to the Fraser system, and on really large pink salmon runs, which dog salmon can have, well north of 400,000 fish. We will, for a short time, keep the dog salmon flat section open into mid-August, but it's rare that it happens. And as far as we know, with regard to the coho salmon escapements to the rest of the Allotac district, in the areas where we have weirs, the coho runs seem to be doing just fine.
Thank you. And this may be a sport fish section question, but is there a lot of sport coho salmon occurring down there, fishing occurring there? Are there any market difference or indicators in the creel surveys or CPUEs about how those fisheries are being prosecuted?
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, through the chair. For the record, my name is Tyler Paul. I'm the Kodiak area sport fish biologist. I'm sorry, I did not hear your question. Could you repeat it, please?
Are there coho sport salmon fisheries occurring in that area?
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, through the chair. Yes, there are. The timing of those fisheries is pretty late, generally. Mid-September. There's some guided fisheries earlier than that, but mid-September is typically the peak of those runs. But a lot of the sport fishing effort occurs late, usually after commercial fisheries are done for coho anyway. There's a number of coho salmon systems in the area as well, so it's one of probably 6 or 7 different fisheries in the area.
Thank you, that's helpful. And, knowing that this August 15th date seems exceptionally early to be making that kind of a determination and really prohibiting a lot of opportunity in the commercial sector for what, in my opinion, has failed to demonstrate any sort of significant conservation benefit. So I won't be supportive. Thank you.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in direct cost to the department. Call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions, sport,
No, Mr. Chair.
commercial,
No, Mr. Chair.
subsistence,
No, Mr. Chair.
law,
No, Mr. Chair.
and troopers.
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Call a roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 61. Godfrey.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now move on to Proposal 62. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 62, 5AAC 18330 gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would modify the commercial salmon, set gillnet, purse seine, and beach seine fishing periods in the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District. During commercial salmon fishing periods in the central section, set gillnet fishing will begin 48 hours before seine fishing may occur. Furthermore, seine fishing shall be closed for 48 hours after each 5 days continuous fishing period in the central section, allowing for one 48-hour set gillnet only fishing period per week. The department is opposed to this proposal due to conservation and quality concerns. As written, this proposal would require that a commercial set gillnet only fishing periods requiring more terminal fishing time in the Northwest Kodiak District, as well as the inner Carlick section of the Southwest Kodiak District, jeopardizing local king, sockeye, pink, chum, and coho salmon escapement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And before I open it up for board discussion, I gave you a heads up that I was going to ask you 3 scenarios, and I'd like staff's response as to whether they would have continued concerns for conservation and quality under each of the scenarios. The first scenario I'd like you to address is 24 hours for the set netters in the beginning of the season, with the seiners remaining as they are currently. Second scenario would be the 24 hours in the front, but concurrent opening for seiners as well. And the third scenario is 24 in the front for the set netters, but they would be losing 24 hours on the tail end to accommodate that. So I'd like to hear from you or whomever in the staff whether any conservation and quality concerns would remain under any or all 3 of those scenarios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it really depends on the time of year. And were you talking about 48 hours?
24, I'm sorry,
Okay.
24 hours.
So if you're talking about 24 hours, and it really depends on the time of year and which run where the department's focusing on, whether it's early run or the pink salmon fishery or late run. But let's just say, for example, we're talking about the pink salmon fishery. In option 1, where you have 24 hours before the pink salmon fishery opens contiguously, that means the set gill nets would open 24 hours before the rest of the island. That scenario is probably the least of our concerns. The problem with that is you wouldn't always be able to do it. So you might end up with one of the other scenarios. It's difficult sometimes because if you're talking about during the heat of the pink salmon fishery when you're in August, if we fly a survey and determine that there's more than enough abundance to be able to control for local escapement, it would take 50 hours to be able to open up the seine fishery. So option number 2, 24 hours. You kind of took the options and mixed them the way I think about them, sorry. So the first one is 24 hours before, and the rest of the seine fishery opens contiguous. I'm going to make my option 2 24 hours before, but I take it away from the seiners. All right, so the problem with doing that is you'd have a 24-hour period where seiners wouldn't be allowed to fish in the central section, and that would allow seiners or force seiners to disperse to other areas. In other words, the central section is probably it is the largest section that we have on the island. It takes a lot of seiners. And for 24 hours, I'm not saying they're going to go to Alatak. That makes a lot of sense. It's a long way to go. They're more than likely to get pushed up into the North Shelikof. And that would cause its own issues. The other scenario is you have 24 hours where the set netters are open before the seiners, but it opens contiguous with the rest of the island. The problem with that scenario is on the backside of the opening, you would have 24 hours alone where the central section is open by itself with both seine and set gillnet gear. And at that point, the department would likely have a conservation concern because you would have to worry about local chum and sockeye salmon abundance.
Okay, and I just want to clarify something, then I'll open it up to more discussion. I don't want to be faced with what we are with political elections, where you're choosing the worst of the evils. On all three of these, is there a conservation concern or a quality concern? That's what I want to know from the department.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, each scenario has its own challenges. The last scenario where we would have the central section open by itself with both gear types fishing during July would be problematic, and there would definitely be a conservation concern because you're going to have an opening longer than what the department would really like to have. And it would concentrate the seine effort in one place, more importantly, and that's something we like to try to avoid. The second scenario where you take it out of the fishing time of the seiners, you're going to disperse the seine fleet to other areas. And I don't know as much if there's going to be a conservation concern, but you're going to have a whole lot of unintended consequences that the department doesn't know exactly what's going to happen. And likely the majority of the fleet's going to get pushed up into the North Shelikof, causing Outer Cape closures a lot faster. And again, as I spoke to earlier on the mainland proposal, just because the Outer Cape closures are closed, it doesn't mean they're not going to continue to catch sockeye. On the first scenario where they open before the contiguous openings with the pink salmon fishery, the problem with that scenario, there's less of a conservation concern, but you're not always going to get that. You're sometimes going to get scenario 3 no matter what you want, because we're going to need to open up the central section at the same time as the rest of the pink salmon fishery. So it's less of a conservation concern, but you're not always going to get it.
Thank you very much. Now I'll revert to being a chair and shut up and let the other members have it. Any other board comments? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. This proposal is highly allocative, no matter how it's considered. Why did the department take a position on it?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, the original proposal as it's written has a mandatory 48-hour closure. And if there's one thing a management biologist hates is mandatory closures. And it's the classic example of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. A mandatory closure on a pink salmon fishery in the heart of a pink salmon run that's often in the tens of millions would cram way too many pink salmon up into the streams, and you would definitely have a conservation issue. So because of that scenario, and then on top of that, just having a 48-hour advanced only set gillnet openings, we would also have some conservation issues by putting too many fish up into the streams, and that would create a conservation issue. So it's not the allocative aspects the department is opposed to. We're opposed to the conservation issues.
But you didn't say that in your comments.
Through the chair.
And in many other cases, you do. So it's a very strange and odd precedent, with all due respect,
Mr. Bowers would like to respond to
for them to, let me finish my statement though, for the department to be taking such a strong opposition position on, and I'll speak the same comment goes for 70 also. That is pure allocation, and the department imposed that also. So Forrest, if you'd like to respond to that, I'd be very interested in that.
Sure.
Forrest.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the department comments. This is on page 63 of RC2, and the first sentence is the department is opposed to this proposal due to conservation and quality concerns. So, I mean, we stated it, and then there's some explanation throughout the comment of what that means, so.
Follow-up?
Yeah.
Yeah, typically, I mean, the department will make clear that they're neutral on the allocated portions of that. That was not the case in this. And the second question that I have, since you brought it up, is the quality concerns. I also find it kind of unusual the department is taking a position based on quality. I mean, are you not, that's market.
Well, I don't think that's unusual. You know, we're trying to provide harvest opportunity that maximizes value of the fish. And there's a lot of examples in other parts of the state where we've talked about that with the board.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, just a second. I can't think of, I'm just, in response to Forrest's comments, I can't think of when quality has been used in the context it is here, but we'll go on because your other staff also has comments, and I'll get to the members here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So one of the ways in which quality can have a huge impact on management, particularly with the pink salmon run, is if processors are buying dark pinks or not. A lot of times, if we have over escapement in one place, and this proposal is likely to, as written, Proposal 62 would likely lead to excess escapement, we would end up rolling markers in to try to control the escapement, and then you get into a lot of really dark pink salmon. And processors literally will tell their fishermen that they can't go in there and catch the fish. And so this is an example of where quality concerns could create a conservation issue because we would have the inability to be able to control the escapement. And it happened this year several times when the local processors started restricting fishermen on where they could fish.
I get it. I think it's very unusual the way it was worded in the comments and almost inappropriate, in my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Godfrey, you wanted to be recognized? Okay. Any other board member? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. James, so one of the things I thought was interesting was in some of your scenarios was the potential unintended consequences of moving the seine fleet, a larger majority of the seine fleet into areas that could either reach trigger points earlier in the season where you'd have to initiate closures. How big of an impact would something like that have actually on your pink and chum management now that the board has kept the language and kept you kind of handcuffed to the amount of time that you can open to manage those fisheries?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I think it's hard to overstate how large the central section is and how many purse seiners fish there. I think they've all spoke to that. We see it all the time. Because it's such a large area, because so many purse seiners fish there, having just 24 hours is still a lot of time where you're going to take what is probably the majority area where the majority of the purse seiners are fishing, and you're going to put them in one place or another. And the entire pink salmon management that we've done for 44 years is kind of prefaced around the structure being the way it is. And so you're going to take a whole lot of seiners and you might put them in the North Shelikof, you might put them down around Ayakulik, you might put them down in Alatak. There are some seiners that don't mind motoring for a long time. So you're going to have a whole lot of unintended consequences by the fact that the way that the current paradigm is created, you're going to increase effort in those areas for a short amount of time in places that we're not used to seeing a lot of effort, and it could affect the pace of escapement in a lot of those areas.
Thank you.
Any other comments, Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, just to clarify, when you said, it may send seiners up to North Shelikof, you're talking on the mainland or Fognac side?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, both.
Anything further? Mr. Carpenter? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, okay. questions for you, James. I came into this trying to understand how Kodiak was able to have returns for the commercial fishery as amazing as they are. I mean, I came into it wondering how is it possible in this state where it seems like there's a total lack of fish everywhere except in Bristol Bay and here, and it keeps working. In that process, I've realized that the tweaks that have been made throughout a 44-year period where things have been pretty much paired, even with user groups, has kind of helped that, being able to pay attention, to predict, and act on that. And the conservation side of it is something, especially when you look at the ways the carlick has fluctuated throughout time, it kind of blows my mind how that continues to rebound. So when I was asking about the bucket list of people that said that we have a problem here, one of them was management. And talking with you and talking with old managers as well, I'm more aware now of how this place is managed, and I must say impressed. And I guess I'm sorry I don't have a question for you, but in the process of trying to understand Kodiak a little bit more, I think that's one of the observations that I've landed on in terms of addressing this bucket list.
Anything further? I just give a shout out to my fellow board members, any of those who are going to be advocating a yes vote on this, that this is clearly allocative in nature. We have 7 criteria, so I would expect whomever's in favor of it would address those criteria. If you don't have it in front of you, I've got extra copies of the 7 items here, and I'll be glad to pass it down to you. Mr. Godfrey.
So coming into Kodiak, I think like probably all board members, I struggle with this mightily. Clearly the set netters are, under stress here. My problem with this proposal is, I think I alluded to it during committee of the whole, or maybe even questions during public testimony, is it's too big of a bite of the apple. I feel like this should have been done in an incremental manner, a smaller bite to provide data. In 3 years, we're back here, and we have some data to look at. It's too ambitious, it's too aggressive from my perspective, and the downward pressure on other areas in the fishery are problematic. The Southside set netters wouldn't come out in opposition, but clearly it was a point of concern. That was them, in my opinion, being diplomatic to their compatriots on the north end. Clearly, they view this as problematic because the seining fleet's going to go somewhere. I asked multiple people during committee of the whole where they expected the seining fleet to go. That's yet to be determined, but they're going somewhere. And the department just indicated that right here, right now. It's during public testimony, there was a number of people saying, it's really hard to continue to fish or operate in this fishery. It's probably a struggle to maintain the fishery. But at the same time, we had public testimony where there was an individual who said, you make a really good living doing this. There was an individual who was able to pay her college tuition out of state entirely through this fishery. And I get it. It's all relative. What one person's making a living, another person is going backwards. I get that. But the messaging wasn't entirely in unison from the set netters. I am sympathetic to this. I would have no problem supporting this if it was more incremental in nature. It was a pilot project where they did what I had mentioned yesterday. You thought about doing 2 24-hour openers, so we had data, both data on the actual catch, which didn't seem too demonstrable based on the data that was provided to us on the 4.5 days that was given during committee of the whole. That's helpful. But if it would have been something along the lines of maybe 2 24-hour openers, and let's also see what the law of unintended consequences are here, where the seining fleet goes. This is just too ambitious for my tastes at this point. And because of that, I will have to find myself opposing this.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm trying to keep this in line because I kind of came at this kind of emotionally more because I am a set netter in Cook Inlet. And that, I think, is a perfect example that by definition of a fishery going extinct or dead. I don't know who the hell would buy into that. This fishery is not there yet. So I have to look at try to use the tools that we're given as board members to do this. One of them is the mixed stock salmon policy. And one of them is that the burden of conservation shall be shared among all fisheries in close proportion to their respective harvest on the stock of concern. And the board recognized that the precise sharing of conservation among fisheries is dependent on the amount of stock-specific information. I feel that the precision part of this is being met by how the department has been managing, especially in coordination with one another, and to potentially throw that out of whack is dangerous at this point in time where we need to maximize harvests for everybody, which will bring me to the allocation criteria here in a second. So I think that is very important to look at the conservation of the fishery in order to have the fish down the road for this to continue for both user groups. And I've been impressed actually that both user groups has really paid a lot of attention to the resource. Like when I got into this, I was like, okay, if I have to make a decision, I want it to be about the fish. In this case, it really feels like the conservation of fish is not being done by adding time to fishery right now at this point in time. And then if I can look at the allocation criteria really quickly, I don't mean to take up the airwaves too much here, but I look at specifically 2, 5, and 6, the characteristics and number of participants in this fishery. Coming to Kodiak, I can't just look at a set net fishery. I walk around these streets and I see this entire island. And I look back at what was spoken to us during the traditional knowledge about how this island could actually hold 20,000 people. This place blows my mind, what the potential here. And the fact that you're still fishing the way you are, everybody, is insane to me. And so when I look at this under the criteria, the characteristics of the number of participants in the fishery, you in the audience, you pretty much have done that for me. Number 5, the importance of each fishery to the economy of the state. I mean, the fact that this fishery is as robust as it is on a rock that has 199% renewable energy is a model for the planet. Blows my mind. And keeping these processors here in this volume coming back is absolutely necessary. So I think the way to manage for that is super important. And then I'll look at 6, the importance of each fishery to the economy of the region and local area in which the fishery is located. Well, I think I just addressed that. I can't imagine a luckier place to be able to live, grow a family, and make a living here. And especially at a time when recognizing the fishery is at a time of low abundance all the way around. And the early Carlick Run will come back. The mainland fisheries will come back. When the fisheries rebound and when we have a healthy resource, everybody will be catching more fish. So I'll shut up now. Thanks.
Any other board discussions, Councilman Van Dort?
Thanks. Some of the comments that Member Godfrey made, I think, were thought-provoking and reminded me of a few things as I was thinking about this. And, really as managers and participants, we've got a few tools to work with that are impactful, and that's primarily time, area, and gear. And I keep coming back, and what I heard over and over again in public testimony is that time is really the most profound of those in terms of the ability to harvest. And there's a lot of assumptions being made and touted and refuted on both sides of the issue with respect to the impacts of additional time. And it reminded me of a conversation that I had with a stakeholder prior to coming to Kodiak. And one of the assumptions I think that has really sort of bubbled to the top is the impact of seiners on the set net's ability to harvest. And the set net fleet would say, yes, it's very impactful, and the seiners say, not so much. I'm sure that over time, when in times of great abundance, that impact was less obvious. Maybe it didn't exist at all because everybody was flush. But as things diminish, you feel those a little bit more sharply. I think the advantage of looking at a 24-hour period very conservatively would help to test the assumption of whether or not that seine fleet was having the impacts that people think it is. Some people think it is. But that's not what this proposal does. So I think that as you go forward in the next couple of years, if this proposal doesn't pass, that's something to explore and continue to have conversations around. I was pretty prepared to push that idea of an advanced 24-hour, but frankly, some of the angst and division within the community, particularly the AC, has given me pause in that space. And I would encourage folks, irrespective of what happens with this particular proposal, to continue to think about how you test those assumptions. How do you get there? How do you work with the managers to do that, in between the times that you're sitting before this board, and come to have those conversations at subsequent cycles. Very difficult decision, but the 48 hours, much like Member Godfrey said, I think is it's a lot of time. And I think I'm not comfortable at this time with supporting those impacts to the seine fleet. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, agree with a lot of what my fellow board members have said here in the last couple minutes. I think you can look at the public comment sheet, and there is a lot of opposition and a lot of support. And I think that during committee a whole and public testimony, we can see that there's a real divide amongst the members of the Kodiak community in regards to something that is laid out in this proposal. So I'm not supporting this proposal, as some of my other board members have stated. I think that there are possibly other things that could happen to have some impact on some of the different gear groups, and we'll obviously be talking about some of those later in the meeting. But while I have the mic, I will just read cost real quick. That approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person to participate in this. Proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department.
Any other comments? Mr. Zaraya, I have a comment as well, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak up. I haven't been saying much. I actually don't have, I don't really, prior to this discussion here, I really haven't talked to board members, other board members here, as much as I have to people in the public. And so, but I'd like to just say that I, too, agree with, have come to this point without speaking to a lot of the board members. I've come to pretty much the same opinion as what I'm hearing from other board members here. No matter how I vote on this, I'm not going to feel good. I have met a lot of the people on both sides of this whole thing, and I feel really bad for what's happening in both fisheries. You're both going through a lot of hard times here, and I know what that's like to go through hard times in a fishery from where I'm from, so it's not easy. I'm probably not going to be voting for this proposal, but I am interested in trying to do something here on down the line to help out the set net fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have a comment. As most of you know, I make an effort to meet with all stakeholders to the extent possible, come in early to the meetings to do so, et cetera. And met with the set netters the other day, and there was 4 of them there, which I assume were the primary movers and shakers within the Set Netter Association. And they all, to a T, pointed to one of the main concerns that they have, and it has not been addressed here, and I think they deserve a response. And that concern was they believe very strongly that the department managed too conservatively, and they wanted us somehow to get involved in seeing that reversed or modified somehow. Number one, this board doesn't get into active day-to-day management of the fisheries. Number two, I've been advocating more conservative approaches throughout the state, and I'm not going to change colors now. I would encourage Mr. Jackson and whomever is responsible at the local level to continue being conservative, and I applaud that. I'll also be a no vote on this particular proposal. Mr. Swenson.
I go along with, Kodiak. I've never spent much time in Kodiak, especially in the town. And, I've come through hunting and fishing and just been out to go somewhere else. But I think it's a great community, what I've found in my 4 days here. I guess what I would hope is, you guys have some great friends on both sides of this issue. And I hope that you can not hold, anything against your fellow, friends over this. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff comes down to money and a livelihood. And so I just hope you guys can mend your community over this. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Question.
Question's been called. Errors and omission. Swartz?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 62. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No?
John Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to Proposal 63. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 63, 5AAC 18331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would allow a set gillnet fisherman, one person, that owns 2 Kodiak management area set gillnet fishing permits the opportunity to operate up to 4 set gillnets with no more than 300 fathoms of set gillnet in aggregate. The department is neutral on this proposal. The department does not believe there are biological concerns with salmon stocks due to dual permits. If this proposal is adopted, the department will explore ways to better and more accurately document the amount of gear fished by dual set gillnet permit holders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Mr. Godfrey?
I actually am going to request my other board members deliberate a little here because I struggle with these when we have them, and I'm sympathetic to proposers, but I'm also sympathetic to opposition. Right now, I'm Switzerland, so I need to be moved by fellow board members here.
That's a challenge to other board members, so we don't have an abstention. Mr. Wood, do you wish to be recognized?
Sure. We just got an RC submitted that I read quickly enough to know that this is done in other places, one of which is in Cook Inlet. And I haven't really been in favor of that in Cook Inlet, especially for, again, the sake of conservation. I'm with Member Godfrey. I've been going back and forth on this one more than anything, just because I want to be able to help people who have these as much as possible. But at the same time, I really do not want to prohibit people from getting into the fishery, buying a permit and getting into the fishery down the road and having something available. I know, looking for a permit myself at the time, it was kind of tough. And there were families beside me that had 5 of them and they haven't fished them in 20 years and where I am. And it kind of bummed me out. So I think CFAC needs to do something about this, like do a, what do you call it, an audit or a cost, whatever CFAC could do professionally.
Optimist study.
Optimist study, because I don't understand what CFAC does, honestly, but they should really get on this one. And I don't know, I'll shut up right now and hear maybe I'll hear from CFAC actually about how to handle this.
CFAC here. He's no longer here. Any other, am I wrong? He's a big guy, you would normally see him. Okay, would you do that? I'd appreciate it. While he's going out to get him, if you'd hold that thought, we'll continue with the board discussion. Any other discussion on this issue? Mr. Carpenter.
I'll try and get through this. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggle with this one probably more than any of the other proposals in the book. I think that stacking is a necessary tool in certain parts of the state and certain fisheries. And I think the board has demonstrated that in certain areas. I think that Bristol Bay is a perfect example of that. But there was also an optimal study done in Bristol Bay long before the board decided to take the action the way it did. The one thing that concerns me about this particular proposal is putting 2 limited entry permits in one person's name where they can fish double the aggregate gear is something that's pretty different from most other places in the state. I understand that there's some examples that were given to us, and I believe it was RC 57. But I think that when people, especially here in this set net fishery is quite different than a lot of other set net fisheries around the state. There are people that own quite a few permits. I mean, in most fisheries, there are not quite as many people that own quite as many permits as there are in this particular fishery. I understand the concern that, putting a permit in somebody else's name so that you can fish your maximum allowable gear and try and make your business as profitable as it is a risky situation. And in many cases, people have lost permits because they've trusted the wrong individual or a person took advantage of them. So I'm still actually struggling with this decision because I see a little bit of merit on one side of the argument, but I do know what the consequences is going to be around the state. And many other fisheries that are experiencing latency. And so, like Mr. Godfrey, I guess I will wait to see if I hear any other convincing arguments.
Mr. Wood, you had questions of?
Yeah, I guess my question is at what point does CFAC activate to go back and do a review of proposals? Or, sorry, not proposals, do a review of their permitting system? And I'll just leave it at that.
Through the chair, we would have to be petitioned by a member of the public, or the board could petition us as well to do an optimum numbers study.
Okay. Where can I get the paperwork?
I knew that was coming.
Just talk with me after the meeting, at our next break.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other discussion, Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, this is a question for my fellow board members, and if nobody has an answer, that's fine. And I probably should have asked it during committee of the whole, and I didn't think to, but if I wanted to participate in this fishery, how am I impacted because somebody's permit stacking? And it's not hypothetical. I'd love someone to speak up, meaning, why is it to my detriment if somebody's permit stacking? Am I to believe that if they couldn't stack that permit, that it would have been on the market and they would have sold it and maybe I could have bought it? Anyone? I'm trying to understand, and I missed the opportunity in committee of whole to understand, why is it detrimental to me as a wannabe or actual participant in that fishery if somebody's permit stacking?
What I'm going to do with that, Mr. Godfrey, I don't think it's proper to be asking questions between the board members themselves during deliberations, but you certainly can, as you just did, raise it as an issue of concern to you, and any board member that wants to persuade your vote can choose to address it and go at that route. You have anything further? Okay. I just have one comment, and that is you've heard across the board almost uniformly that we're struggling with this one back and forth and back and forth. I'm no different. I've gone yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Now here's how I'm going to resolve that. When I am not persuaded that the person that wants to change has carried the burden of proof, I stay with the status quo. So unless someone can convince me that we need to change, I will be a no vote, and that's how I'm going to resolve it. The members may do so differently, but that's just the way I approach things. I have to be convinced to change something that's been working for years, and thus far, I've not seen that. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your sentiment. The one thing that I think to take into consideration was during committee of the whole, during public testimony, reading through the comments that the public has provided the board, there is once again a great divide between one gear group on do we support this or do we not, and a lot of that is based on where they fish, the nature of the geography and where they fish. You know, so I guess I'm really curious to know and see if Mr. Jackson or somebody else from the department could potentially give me an example of a place in Kodiak where there's significant set netting that goes on. Let's use Alatac, for example, because it seems to me in Alatac that it's a much more compressed area compared to the central district. Could potentially somebody that owns one permit now that decided if stacking was available to them, they went out and bought another one, which doubled their aggregate length, not in one net, but in two different geographical locations. Could that have a potential impact on somebody that's currently fishing there based on the geography down there? I don't know the answer to that, but I'm curious if you do.
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, I think there's just a lot of family operations in Kodiak in general, and including in Alatac. And so I think you've heard from a lot of people here a lot of different ways that this would affect them. And in most circumstances, the family operations, both people have to be out there. And I think one of the potential ways that this would affect people down there is when, you know, the other member of the family that owns the permit that has to leave for one reason or another, they can continue fishing their nets. So in a way, that could affect things.
Thank you.
Mr. Swenson, you wish to be recognized?
I've really struggled with this one too, as more than any of the others. And I think about, well, the people who have stacked and bought multiple permits knew up front that there was going to be this issue, that they were going to have to gamble on putting these permits in some other people's names other than family, depending on how many permits they have. And I wonder, you know, do we bail them out on that? They made that decision. And number two, I wonder about how this affects the rest of the state. You know, if we approve it is Bristol Bay and then Cook Inlet and anybody else, are they going to be on top of us wanting some of the same thing? In these other areas, they have to use less gear. But as I understand it here, there's no gear restriction. They can use the same amount, just what the permit says they can use. The third thing I think about is a monopoly. People get a number of permits and when the price is down, I guess you could gamble, like now, buy more permits and gamble the prices are going to go up. Well, that's fine. But that's the parts I'm struggling with too. So it's like I said, I think it's a tough decision.
Any other comments? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Due cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to private person to participate. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department. And if I don't see any other comments, I would call the question.
Questions been called? Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 63. Zare.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Swenson.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take a short break. We'll resume back here at 9:50, 9:50. Tom, don't walk away real quick. The reason I'm taking a break here is, okay, we got past the 24-hour bullshit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 64, 5AAC 18331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would increase the maximum set gillnet hook length from 25 fathoms to 50 fathoms in the Kodiak management area. The department is neutral on this proposal. Any increase in catch per unit effort is not likely to change how the department manages the commercial salmon fishery, or seine fishery, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any question, any discussion by the board? Going once.
Mr. Chairman, I think that there was some substitute language that was submitted in the form of, I think it was RC 34. Just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Are you moving that substitute language?
Yes, please.
Is there a
I
second?
second it and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection to unanimous consent? Hearing none. What's that?
What was that RC number again?
34.
3-4.
No objection. We now have the proposal as substituted by RC 34. Any discussion by members of the board?
Nobody would probably be interested in staff comments.
We can do that. Staff, do you have any comments as to RC 34 substitute?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, in going through RC 34, the department would still be neutral on this proposal. The only thing, I think what it tries to account for in here is the differences between the gillnet fisheries in the Alatac district and the central section with regard to adding overall aggregate length.
Anything further?
No, Mr. Chairman, we're still neutral on this.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thanks. So I think that this, I don't know that I would characterize it as a compromise, but I think that there was some discussion about how we could get at perhaps increasing efficiency and hopefully harvest for the SatNet fleet with some additional length, and then also allowing their hooks to be a little bit bigger. And that the overall length wouldn't be compromised if somebody wanted to set a 50-fathom hook instead. But that wouldn't require them necessarily to set a 50-fathom hook. They could still set a 25-fathom hook and have their net extend a little bit farther out. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, that's correct.
Just a moment. So you just answered a question I think I was going to ask. So if they chose to do so, would not have to devote that 25 fathoms to the hook, or they could just extend the neck another 25 fathoms out? Thank you. That's what I want to clarify. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, speculation possibly, but give me your best shot at answering it. We heard from, this is directed at the Central District, but we did hear concerns from people that fish in Alatac. There was people from Alatac that didn't support the general island-wide, but this, like I said, is specific. Is this gear modification going to have any impact at all from the Central District on other areas to other set netters? Is that a reasonable thing, or is it just far-fetched?
To the chair, Mr. Carpenter, it would be hard to actually quantify that. This would definitely make the gear more efficient because it's going to be larger, or you could potentially use a larger hook. And so the potential for more harvest in the gillnet fleet could possibly harvest fish bound to Alatac, but the seine fishery has larger nets than these do, and they would still be fishing around the same time.
Follow up, if I could, on that. Thank you for that answer. So if this were to pass, and we would potentially have in the next board cycle speculation once again that somebody from Alatac could put in to say that we would like the same thing, which is their prerogative. Are there places in and around Kodiak that if this were to be modified in the future or modified now to allow more aggregate gear? Are there places where a conservation concern would happen? Are we getting ourselves into a situation down the road where we're now differentiating between places with conservation concerns and some that don't?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, really, I think this is more of an allocative concern than a conservation concern. Like I said, in the central section, because both gillnet and seine can fish at the same time, although this might increase the efficiency of the gillnet fleet, I think the overall catch would still be relatively similar.
Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, the department's neutrality on this and the comments that any increase in catch per unit effort is not likely to change how the department manages the commercial salmon set gillnet fishery makes this pretty much an easy vote for me to support this. It's not compulsory, obviously. If set gillnet operators want to take advantage of this, they can. If they don't have to. There's not really a conservation concern here. It's an easy yes for me.
Mrs. Saray?
Yes, I will be voting for this, and in 3 years, if this could be, proposals could be put in to try to change it if there are problems that crop up, too many problems that crop up because of it.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. It will catch more fish. Probably about 16% more. So I'll be in support of this. Although when it talks about the conservation concerns, it will be catching more fish. So if the department feels that's appropriate, my concerns have been alleviated.
The only comment I have, it seems like all the stakeholders are in agreement in supporting this, and I don't know that we need to go through all 7 of the criteria for allocation because it does have an allocative impact. If someone feels that it would behoove us to do so, then let's do it. And I see Mr. Peterson trying to come up to the mic. You have anything to add to this?
Mr. Chair, I was just scooting forward in my chair, but since I'm talking, yeah, the board has already discussed the allocation criteria. You could reference comments or you could go through it, but I would encourage the board to reference the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries and, in whatever way you see fit.
Does anybody wish to proceed with the sustainable management policy? I think there's evidence in the record. It's just a matter of whether indeed people want to recite what's going on. But any further, Ms. Carlson?
Well, I think, I'll just, without, skimming the several pages of this, I think that, the department has indicated that there's relatively minimal conservation concerns with this gear modification. There is some allocative issues. I think we've spoken to them. They're fairly negligible-ish. We'll see. It remains to be seen. I think we all acknowledge that there could be allocative implications, that this could allow them to catch more fish. How that allocation plays out relative to the seine catch, remains to be seen. What I think that this is rooted in, though, is an acknowledgement that there has been a significant decrease in the percentage of harvest of the set net fleet over time, and this is an attempt to try and give them an opportunity to choose to modify their gear and how they implement their gear and deploy their gear to, catch some more fish. I think that's the intent. I'll leave it at that. And again, as the chair noted, there's RCs that are supportive from the 2 main stakeholder groups that have been debating these issues, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also reference the on-time public comments, although there's substitute language. I think generally the public comments could still be directed towards that with a large variety of support for this, some small amounts of opposition. Excuse me. I'll also go ahead and go do cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for private person to participate in the fishery. I guess although there could be a small amount of incremental cost that's the SetNet fleet will have to incur because there's a gear modification here. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost for the department. And seeing nothing further, I call the question.
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 64 as amended. Zareh.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Swenson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We move on to proposal 65. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 65, 5AAC 18332, same specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal would prohibit the use of aircraft to determine the location of salmon for commercial harvest in the entire Kodiak management area. Additionally, this proposal would prohibit an aircraft from directing the operation of beach seine and seine gear while operating salmon fishing in the entire Kodiak management area. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the board to reference PC 11, which came from the authors of this proposal. PC 11 suggests that they have withdrawn support for the proposal at this time. I understand it's the board's proposal, but without objection, I move that the board take no action in light of the comments in PC 11.
I second it and ask for unanimous consent.
I object. Sure. I just think, just because a proposer withdraws it, I still think the board should vote on it one way or the other, not just take no action. That's kind of my personal opinion, and that, the board can vote it up, vote it down. I don't disagree with anything that Member Carpenter said, but just because the proposer withdraws their support, I think it still deserves a board vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I believe legally you're absolutely correct. We do have that ability. Mr. Godfrey?
I would second what my colleague just said. I think that the board should address this with prejudice and dispose of it one way or the other.
Okay. So now we have two objections, not that two makes any difference from one, but we'll go on discussion of the proposal itself. What's that? There's a motion on the floor. Motion to take no action. There's been objection to that. Do you withdraw the motion as far as the unanimous consent?
Mr. Chairman, there was not unanimous consent. There was objection from two of my colleagues. I feel no obligation not to withdraw my motion to table if the second concurs.
Second.
Yes, I concur.
We're now to the main motion, which is to adopt Proposal 65. Mr. Carpenter.
I am not in favor of this proposal. I will reference the author's comments in PC 11 that they withdrew support. I think that there's a lot of opposition from this within the Kodiak community, and other than that, I would reference cost, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to the department.
We still have people.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
I will be opposed to this. On its face, obviously, the proposer wasn't here. It makes no sense to me other than to reduce the efficiency and effectiveness of fishermen. The reality is you have fishermen that are burning a lot more diesel, going from point A to point B, chasing fish where they may or may not be without the benefit of spotter pilot. And there's myriad other reasons. Having spotter pilots is a common and very effective practice here, so I have no problem opposing this.
Mr. Wood?
I oppose it as well, and I also think it would be kind of hard to enforce, but that'd be a question for our wildlife troopers, but yeah, I'm not in support of this at all.
Are you questioning, or are you just making that assumption?
Oh, no, yeah, I'll ask the troopers.
Mr. Wood, through the chair. Yes, sir, you're correct in that assumption. We provided those comments to our Kodiak AC when they discussed this as well. It would be a difficult thing to enforce.
Any other comments? I just have a comment. Sometimes what you do up here has unforeseen consequences. In this case, it's not unforeseen, but it's quite clear that you're down to what one pilot or two pilots here in the community who volunteer an awful lot of information on an ongoing in-season basis to the department, as well as the department utilizing them to do some of the flying for the department. And without, if this were to pass, that service, we've been told, would go away. And I am not going to be a part of that happening, so I'll be a no vote as well. Any other discussion?
Question?
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
State Troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 65. Svensson.
No?
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zareh.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We move now to Proposal 66. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 66, 5AAC 18332, seine specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would increase the maximum purse seine and hand purse seine length to 250 fathoms in the Kodiak management area. The department is neutral on this proposal. Any increase in catch per unit effort is not likely to change how the department manages the commercial salmon seine fishery. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any board discussion? Carlson Van Dort?
Thank you. I will just reference my comments from proposal number 64.
To proposal which?
From 64, when we increased the length of the set net gear
Any further discussion?
with respect to allocation and sustainable salmon policy stuff.
I just have an observation as much as a comment. In the last 2 days, something's happened I've never seen before, where an AC came forward and then a large group of the members withdrew support here at the board. And it's clear to me that there's a division developing in this community that can be healed by at least reaching some accommodation on this, as well as what we've already done with the hook, et cetera. And I'll be supportive of going forward with this, as I was with the additional length on the set netters, and hope this community can close that gap and get back together and reading from the same sheet of music in the future.
I'm also supportive, mostly from the standpoint of, when you're spending a lot of money on things, it's tough to buy a separate piece of web that you don't need, and recycling old web into, just recycling seems to be a good thing for a small business person to be able to do. It just makes sense. And so anyhow, I'm supportive.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with a lot of my colleagues' comments. I think that this does give the seine fleet the option to use seine web instead of lead web. And I think there's been some unanimity that's come between this proposal, as you said, and Proposal 64. So I will be supportive of this. Also, approval of this proposal not expect to result in any direct cost for a private person, although the Fleet could incur some small amounts of cost over time to retrofit a seine that's being changed with this regulation. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I'd call the question.
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Assistance?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
State troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 66. Mike Wood,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Zaret,
Yes.
John Wood,
Yes.
Carpenter,
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to, pardon me, Proposal 67.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 67, 5AAC 18362, West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would change the West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan to direct the department to allow openings in the inner Iakulik section of the Southwest Kodiak District after August 20th, only if 20,000 coho salmon have escaped upstream. The department is opposed to this proposal. This proposal would lead to the loss of harvest opportunity and foregone harvest of Iakulik River pink salmon and sockeye salmon. This would also lead to Iakulik River pink and sockeye salmon over escapement and future lower productivity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any board discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort, then Mr.
Thank
Godfrey.
you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. Is there a weir down there? What time does it get pulled? I mean, how are we assessing coho?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. That's a really good question. So there is a weir down there. It usually it's put in late May, and it used to be pulled mid-September. Nowadays, we pull it in late August. The majority of the coho typically show up the last week of August, but the mass majority of the run is usually in September. Typically now, the way we manage the inner Iakulik section, because we don't have a weir, is we essentially keep it closed and only have openings in the outer Iakulik section on a weekly basis. And if the catch per unit effort is high, we might extend it. If it's low, we just keep the minimum opening.
Mr. Chairman, given that, I'm going to go ahead and also reference my comments from proposal number 61. I think it's very similar here. You know, I think that this is just way too late to require that kind of restriction for other species. Thanks.
Mr. Godfrey.
I'll be opposing this for the reasons that the department cited and the fact that the proposer wasn't even here to speak in support of it makes it even easier for me to oppose.
Just for informational purposes, Mr. Godfrey, I spoke to the proposal probably a week ago, and he had scheduled out of state with some business commitments. So, and for what it's worth, that's the situation. Any other discussion? Are you trying to get my attention, Mike? Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public comments, Kodiak Advisory Committee is opposed, along with numerous others, individuals, small amounts of support. I think agreeing with comments a couple of my other colleagues made in regards to this, I'll also be opposed. I do think that, you know, it's becoming an ongoing problem, not just here in Kodiak, but statewide, that we're having to pull these weirs, which a lot of enumeration has come for a long period of time, and it's a real sad situation there, but it is what it is. So I'll be opposing this. I'll do cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost for a private person to participate. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost for the department.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Yeah, I turned the page and I just had notes to myself, and I just wanted to say that I am impressed that there are weirs. And to echo Member Carpenter, I'm also really bummed that the state doesn't have money to continue to fund them or fund them longer. That seems to be somewhat indicative to what's going on in other areas around the state. So I just wanted that on the record.
Okay, and just for the record, I know it's near and dear to your heart, but there are more weirs here by far than they are up in the Susitna Valley where you live. Anything further?
Question?
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 67. Godfrey.
Nope. No.
Mike Wood.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Move on to Proposal 68. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 68, 5AAC 18362, West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would change the West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan to direct the department to only allow openings in the inner Carlick section of the Southwest Kodiak District after August 25th, when 5,000 coho salmon have been counted through the Carlick River Weir or surveyed in Carlick Lagoon by August 25th, after 10,000 coho salmon have been counted or surveyed, and August 30th, after 15,000 coho salmon have been counted or surveyed by September 10th. Reads weird. The department is opposed to this proposal. This proposal would lead to the loss of harvest opportunity and foregone harvest for Carlick pink and sockeye salmon escapement. This would also lead to Carlick pink and sockeye salmon over escapement and future lower productivity.
Board discussion. Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thank you. I'll reference my comments on the previous proposal. I can appreciate some conservation concern issues with both of those systems, the Iakulik and the Carlick, especially for king salmon. Not so much for coho at this time, at least based on the information that we have in front of us. So with that, I'll be opposing. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Mr. Wood?
Again, I'm impressed that there are weirs to know what's coming in, and it was also noted during committee of a whole that if it was, there would be no fishing after September 26th in that area if this was implemented.
Anything further? Okay. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll also reference my comments on Proposal 67. I am opposed to this. I think trying to maximize opportunity for pink and sockeye in this particular area is an important feature. Public opposition to this is pretty overwhelming. Kodiak Advisory Committee quickly due cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to private person. The approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for the department. And I'd call a question.
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 68. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We move on to Proposal 69. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 69, 5AAC 18320, fishing periods, 5AAC 18362, West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Give me a second here, please. Okay. Then the motion to move and adopt. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would modify the commercial salmon gillnet herring fishery in the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District from a fishery established by emergency order based on local salmon escapement to a fixed weekly 105-hour set gillnet fishing period. Purse seines and beach seine fishing in the central section would still be established by emergency order on local salmon abundance. Currently, in the Kodiak area, commercial salmon fisheries are established by emergency order. And the department is opposed to this proposal due to conservation concerns. This proposal would require commercial set gillnet fishing periods regardless of run strength. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any board discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you. Particularly near sort of terminal areas, I'm generally opposed to what I call sort of cookbook management, and that, these runs need to absolutely be able to be managed on strength. And for that reason alone, I will be opposed to this. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
For the same sentiment that my colleague just expressed, I will also be opposed, and the department's concerns as well.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like my colleagues' comments, I will also be opposed to this. I think when the department raises a conservation concern question to regard to the language presented in any proposal, it makes me think about it a lot, and I thought about this, and I can't support it the way it's written.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, again, I'll just note the conservation concern as well, and my other colleagues brought up some of my same questions. All right.
Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to a private person, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. And I would call a question.
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife Trooper?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 69. Zareh.
No.
John Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to Proposal 70. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 70, 5AAC 18320 fishing periods, 5AAC 18330 gear, 5AAC 18362 Westside Kodiak Salmon Management Plan, and 5AAC 18366 Spearden Bay Sockeye Salmon Management Plan. Thank you, Mr.
Move to
Chairman.
adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would create a harvest allocation for both sockeye and pink salmon between seine and set gillnet gear within the Westside Kodiak Salmon Management Plan between June 1st and October 15th. The plan would direct the department to manage the commercial salmon fishery in the Northwest Kodiak District, the Telrod Cove Special Harvest Area, as well as the inner and outer Carlick sections of the Southwest Kodiak District, so that the set gillnet harvest in the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District accounts for 50% of the sockeye salmon and 30% of the pink salmon harvested in the combined areas of the Northwest Kodiak District, the Telrod Cove Special Harvest Area, as well as the inner and outer Carlick sections of the Southwest Kodiak District. The department is opposed to this proposal due to conservation and quality concerns. As written, this proposal would require the department to manage based on an in-season harvest allocation and not escapement. The west side of Kodiak is a mixed stock fishery managed based on multiple different local sockeye, pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks that return at different times but have overlapping run timing. This proposal assumes that most of the Carlick sockeye salmon and pink salmon travel through the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District prior to arriving in the inner and outer Carlick sections, and by prosecuting a commercial salmon fishery in the central section based on differential fishing time for seine and set gillnet gear, that allocation may be achieved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you to the department. James, if you could just touch briefly on, obviously there's a conservation concern here, but because this is a mixed stock fishery, trying to create an allocation plan in a mixed stock fishery would make your job virtually impossible. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Carlson Van Dort?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Member Carpenter. System's just too dynamic with lots of different species coming in at different volumes at different times, and I think to manage to a specific allocation would really have detrimental impacts on other user groups with no guarantee that you'd even reach the allocation. So for that, I'll be opposed. Thank you.
And you, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'm opposed to this as well. It seems to be putting harvest before conservation, so.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Referencing on-time public comments, Kodiak Advisory Committee was against this. There was numerous support and opposition to this particular proposal for the record. I'll also do cost real quick. If there is a change, approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval is not expected to result in any direct cost to the department. And I will call the question if there's nothing further.
Question been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 70. John Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to Proposal 71. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 71, 5AAC 18362, West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would modify the current regulation requiring the department to open the outer Carlick section of the Southwest Kodiak District after June 16th if the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District is open. The modified regulation would read may open instead of shall open. The department is neutral on this proposal. This change in regulation would not decrease the department's ability to open the outer Carlick section to control early run sockeye salmon returning to the Carlick system.
Any board discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
I have this written at the top of my notes from when I first read this proposal, which was a while ago. So I guess what I had written on here was king benefits ? And I'm just wondering if this made a shall would potentially have any benefits in helping to manage the king salmon in the Carlick system, or provide a little bit of additional flexibility in that regard. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, that's a good question. So essentially, this is an allocative proposal. So the way it's written right now, when we get to, the 16th, if the central section is open, the outer Carlick section is open. Outer Carlick is adjacent to Carlick. So it is also a non-retention area for king salmon as well. So it's unknown the benefit that you'd possibly have there. But as I said, it is directly adjacent to Carlick.
Anything further? Any other discussion? Going once, going twice. Mr. Wood, you wish to be recognized? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Referencing on-time public comments, there's a lot of support for this, and I believe including from numerous seiners during the not only committee of the whole, but in public comment. And considering this was put in by a different gear group, I think that's making a big statement. So I'll also do cost real quick. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to a private person. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to the department. And I'll call the question.
Question been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 71. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
You now move to Proposal 72. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 72, 5AAC 18320, fishing periods, and 5AAC 18362, West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan. This,
Move to adopt.
I don't think
Second.
it's through. Are you through, Mr. Jackson?
I am, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Staff has the floor again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would modify the commercial salmon fishing regulations in the Southwest Afognak section of the Afognak District to allow the department to manage the Southwest Afognak section based on pink salmon returning to the Carlick system. The department is neutral on this proposal. As written, the department would still have the regulatory authority to conserve Southwest Afognak section pink salmon.
Thank you. Any board discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to support this because we do still have sockeye present in the same system. Right now, the recent history is that late run has been doing great, but that could change. And I'm just reluctant to focus management solely on one species in that mixed stock fishery. And for that reason, I'll be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And any other discussion? can just ask for a moment of indulgence, because I made a note to myself to look at PC 54, and I want to see why I made that note. So obviously has the wrong PC, yeah. Ah, you're right, okay. Any further discussion? Ms. Godfrey?
I'll be in support of this. The department's position, obviously, is neutrality, but their comment as written, the department would still have the regulatory authority to conserve southwest of Fognac Section pink salmon, so it's not compulsory. It just simply changes language and gives them certain authority, so I'm fine with it.
Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
The current language, would the pink management be prioritized over that of sockeye with the language contained in this proposal?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, during that time frame, the southwest of Fognac section is managed based on the pink salmon fishery. The time frame that would overlap with the northwest Shelikof, or the North Shelikof Strait sockeye salmon management plan would still be in effect.
Any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll reference on-time public comments. Specifically, the Kodiak Advisory Committee, which had a split vote on this proposal, which ultimately led to their opposition, but their comments are interesting. There's a variety of opinions on both sides of the aisle there. There was public support for it that I believe we heard in written public comments and in for and against in committee of the whole. I am going to support this proposal. I think that this gives the department a little bit of flexibility, and I don't think that there's a conservation concern that exists specifically, or I will do cost. Excuse me. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to a private person. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any direct cost to the department. And if I see nothing further, I call the question.
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
And wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 72. Svensson.
Yes?
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move on to Proposal 73.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 73, 5AAC 18362, West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would direct the department to manage the sturgeon section of the Southwest Kodiak District during the July 16th through August 15th timeframe, based on pink salmon returning to both the Karlik and sturgeon systems without reference to the late-run sockeye salmon returning to the Karlik system. As written, the department is opposed to this proposal, although the department would like more flexibility to manage the sturgeon section based on the large even-year pink salmon runs that have been returning to the sturgeon section. And the department would also like more flexibility to manage the sturgeon section regarding sockeye salmon returning to the Karlik system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James, if you take a look at RC 26 real quick, I would like to know if what you just said, if RC 26 allows more flexibility and if the department would not be opposed necessarily to the proposal if the modified language would be adopted.
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, RC 26 does take into account the department's concerns with regard to late-run Karlik sockeye salmon.
Follow-up, thank you very much for that. Mr. Chair, I move to amend Proposal 73 with the language found in RC 26.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Okay, it's entitled substitute, but you're doing it by amendment? Yes. Okay. Any objection? So done. So as amended, any comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll just speak to that real quick. I talked to the department beforehand, and obviously they had concerns with this, and I think that the dates that are changed in here, and also the language found in A, little 2, which specifically addresses the pink salmon returning to the sturgeon, alleviated some of the concerns in the language found in the original proposal, and I think that for those reasons and the flexibility that the department will get with this, I think I'll be supporting it as amended.
Any other, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Yeah, a couple questions. So August 24th to August 15th, when does the late run start showing up? If I recall, it was towards the end of August, is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Yeah, typically by the beginning of August, we start getting buildup in the lagoon. The problem with a weir at Kodiak is it's 3 miles up a lagoon, and it's a really shallow lagoon, and the August timeframe is typically hot and dry, so the fish start to actually build in the lagoon, and it's usually at the same time as the pink fishery too. So although it doesn't pass the weir, right, until they don't really start moving until mid-August, they do start building early on in the lagoon at the beginning of August.
So in terms of management, if this were to go, I mean, how are you going to be protective of ensuring that you are meeting your objectives for your late run escapement? And how will you prioritize the stocks in terms of how they're being managed? I mean, now you have 2 objectives in the management plan, and I'm just wondering how you would prioritize that.
To the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, that's a great question. So with this new regulatory language, we would have more flexibility to open the fishery, but it doesn't give us the right just to keep it open all the time. So we'd have to prioritize both runs. So it would give us both flexibility to control sturgeon river pink salmon escapement, and if the Kodiak late run did not look like it was doing good, we would have to justify closures as well. So you'd have to do a little of both.
Thank you. Sometimes this comes in hot and fast, and there is a tremendous amount of efficiency, particularly in the seine fleet. That can get sucked up pretty quickly. So again, it's just having these dual objectives on 2 species, I think, it gives me a little bit of pause, and I just want to hear you explain that a little bit.
To the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. In one way, it complicates things. In one way, it makes it easier. Having dual goals both give you the ability to open, and it also gives you the ability to close. So I think what you're looking for from me is I'm not going to use one to override the other one. So in a lot of times when you're doing commercial fisheries management, as you know, this is a bit of a compromise. So if you have 2 goals or 2 objectives, it gives you justification to be able to open the fishery, but it doesn't just give you justification to override the other goal. So more than likely, the way that we would institute this is in mid-August through, actually, the end of July through the first part of August, when the sturgeon fishery is really starting to ramp up. It would allow the department to open the sturgeon section independent of Kodiak late run sockeye, but it wouldn't allow us to just keep the sturgeon section open if it was, say, exceeding its escapement goal. I think that's what you're looking for.
Continue.
Thank you for the latitude. I thought that was going to be my last question, but let's, again, when are the Kodiak kings showing up here also? Because I just want that to be a consideration. Sturgeon is right at the mouth, or adjacent to the mouth, I should say. And that seems like if you're highly focused on high volume pinks, and even considering the sockeye, I mean, it's a non-retention area, I know that, but, kings getting squashed in big bags is not a good thing, and it doesn't matter if you're retaining them or not.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. Yeah, so the Kodiak king salmon run typically gets the mass majority of its escapement in June. So I would say it's roughly 75–80% of it is in May and in June. So by the time we're talking about in late July, early August, the king run's pretty much done.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to get some of that on the record.
Mr. Godfrey?
I'll be supporting this for the reasons that Board Member Carpenter indicated, as well as the Q&A with staff right now, which I found compelling.
Any further board discussion? Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I just wanted to get some clarification, because when Mr. Carpenter offered his amendment, I asked if that was offered as substitute language, and he said, no, it's an amendment, so I just wanted to be clear on if this is adding to Proposal 73, or whether this is what we're looking at in RC 26 is going to be the final action, or if there's some melding of the two, if that was the intent of your motion.
Mr. Carpenter, are you prepared to respond to that? Or you want some time?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, my motion was to amend this proposal with this language found in RC 26. Mr. Jackson might be able to help me with this, but I believe this is adding to the context that was originally in Proposal 73, specifically with the part of the proposal where Section A, little 2, that was a major change to the language from the original proposal. Am I correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, so I believe the original proposal didn't have any reference to Carlick Late Run Sockeye. And with this RC, it allows, or it adds the language with reference to Carlick Late Run Sockeye.
Right, so I mean, parliamentary-wise, Mr. Nelson, I mean, that was my intent. My intent is to utilize this language in RC 26. If the parliamentary procedure is incorrect, which I don't think it is, I could surely restate it to make it substitute language. So I'm just looking, I guess, at law and you for guidance there if something's inappropriate.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at RC 26, and it looks like that would be the new regulation, not any of, for instance, this Section 3 double I, that had an insertion that said from approximately July 16th through July 15th. That's not in here, so I'm just trying to wonder, again, it's not melding together. This is essentially substitute language that you've offered. So that's my understanding of what the effect would be. If it's something different, we need to get that clear. So.
We need to take a 5-minute break, and I'd ask Mr. Pearson, Mr. Nelson, and Mr. Bowers to get together and come out with a recommendation as to how to proceed.
Mr. Chair, if the intent is to have the language found in the RC as the new proposed regulatory language, it needs to be offered as
we'll take a 5-minute break
as
with
substitute language. That's it. That's the final answer. Substitute language. Not an amendment, substitute language.
We'll take a 5-minute break. The three of you get together and make sure I understand your position clearly. We're back in session, full 7 members present. Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify for the record, my intent in moving RC 26 was to move it in the form of substitute language. And so I just wanted to make that clear so there wasn't any confusion. So,
Was that the intent of the second as well?
Yes.
Thank you. So we now have in front of us proposal 73 is substituted. Any further discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do cost. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for a private person, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost to the department. And if there's nothing further, I would call the question.
Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commercial?
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please call a roll.
Final action on Proposal 73 as amended. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes. That's with the substitute language, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes?
John Wood.
Yes.
Zareh.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
We now moved, if not the most important proposal, at least the most welcome one, it's the last one, and that's proposal 74. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 74, 5AAC 18330 Gear and 5AAC 18362 Westside Kodiak Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This seeks to break the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District into 3 different sections. These new sections would be the outer Uyak section, the outer Uganic section, and the outer Kajuyak section. This would make the sizes of the new sections more like other sections in the Kodiak management area. The new sections would be managed early and late on sockeye, returning to the Carlick system, the same as the past old central section regulations. During the pink salmon fishery, commercial salmon openings in the new sections would be based on local pink salmon objectives in each respective section instead of all the pink salmon objectives for the entire Northwest Kodiak District collectively. This would also make the newly formed outer Uyak Bay section the only section of the Northwest Kodiak District to also be managed based on pink salmon returning to the Carlick system or on local pink salmon. Separately, this proposal would also enable the department to close the North Cape section of the Northwest Kodiak District in June and early July if the local subsistence sockeye salmon systems of Afognak Lake and Buskin Lake are not meeting their respective escapement goals. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. However, breaking up the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District would better enable the department to achieve local pink salmon objectives. Managing the newly created outer Uyak Bay section based only on local Uyak Bay and Carlick pink salmon in July and August would better allow the department to control Carlick pink salmon escapement while allowing for closures of the remainder of the Northwest Kodiak District to allow for local salmon escapement. Furthermore, allowing the department to close the North Cape section in June and early July could feasibly enable local sockeye systems to achieve their escapement goals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Board discussion. Mr. Wood.
Yeah. All right, I'll start because this is the one that got me into a lot of trouble. But at the same time, it helped me learn a lot about this island. Because breaking it up like this, and what appealed to me about it was its conservation, like the intent was conservation, especially on weaker pink stocks. I also really liked the idea of how the North Cape, it protected that and for subsistence. And the other thing that kind of struck me is that it was actually proposed by a seiner who by doing this was saying, yeah, you'll be restricting us too, but it's for conservation. It just helped me look at the area, talk to new and old managers, and understand how this area works. In some respects, it might be visionary, like down the road, this might be the way to go over time, not now, but maybe in time. But because you could manage those discrete stocks, the ones that are having a harder time coming back, that are lumped into the whole. Anyhow, I really appreciate the proposer throwing this out there, because mostly it just, it helped me be able to understand this island a little bit better. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey.
Yeah, I could go either way on this. I would agree with what Board Member Wood just said. When the Sainer spoke and said, yeah, this is restrictive on us as well, but for conservation purposes, he was supportive of it. That's pretty telling and persuasive from my perspective. I would love to see this proposal come from the department itself as opposed to somebody else, because essentially it looks like the department's tacitly endorsing it. I'm open to I'm open to hearing the downside. I'm movable for a few more seconds. If somebody says, here's the downside, I think this is a pretty big deal. So to what Mr. Wood just said, in time, maybe this is the direction that the department should go. But as of right now, I think I'll go ahead and support it, but I'm movable if I'm missing some downsides here, if other board members go on the record here.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an interesting proposal, but it's a great departure from what currently exists in regulation. I think the one thing for me is there's pretty much overwhelming support, or opposition, to this. I think not only in written comments, but that we heard from the public during this meeting. There could be potentially great allocative consequences to this. I think the conservative nature that could potentially come from this and allowing the department to be able to manage some of these discrete stocks, the potential is there, but I think refinement, and as Mr. Godfrey said, I think if this, nothing against the proponent, but I think that having the department bring something like this forward with public support would probably, after it was refined within the community and the different gear groups, I would probably be able to lean in support of it, but right now I'm currently opposed. Thanks.
Mrs. Zaray.
Yeah, looking at my notes here, I have a number of notes. There was concern from user groups over the apportionment issue of this, and so I'd just like to hear more from other board members, but and there was a lot of opposition, as Mr. Carpenter just mentioned.
Thank you. This comment, I'm right now in support of it, primarily, if not exclusively, because it gives them more tools to the department to be flexible in dealing with changing situations rather than being en bloc with the entire district. I don't know what kind of refinement beyond that could be made. If I heard any specific suggestions, perhaps I'd better understand that argument. As it stands right now, though, I'll be a yes vote. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is ready yet. But I think in time it will be. I think the comments by the department on how it could actually really hurt the gillnetter is important to look at, and how they would allocate in these different areas. So, I mean, I really looked at this, and I think in time it could be good, and I agree with what was just said about how the department should work with the community and all that to refine this. The one part I really did like about it, though, and it was the last paragraph at the very end where it says, additionally, dune management on the North Cape sections does not properly account for local sockeye. And it talked about the buskin, it talked about subsistence, like, I mean, that in part is, if there's, I don't know if there's any way to use that now or just remember that for down the road, but that was especially a good section, I thought.
Any further discussion among the board? Are you trying to get my attention? Mr. Swenson?
I guess I'm just wondering what the department thinks.
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson, for which part?
Well, for adopting these 3 areas and different from what it is now.
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson. So breaking up the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District, any change to the central section is incredibly allocative. So Member Godfrey asked why the department didn't come forward with this, because it's allocative. Especially in July during the pink salmon fishery, any restriction to any of the new sections would take away from the fixed gear types benefit that they receive from the mixed stock nature of the fishery. And so because of that, the department has never put a proposal like this forward. That being said, the central section's huge. The Northwest Kodiak District is huge. And managing the central section based on such a broad area, based on pink salmon over this entire area, at times seems like a bit of a compromise. Most places in the Kodiak area, if you fly a bay and the systems look good, you give it a certain amount of fishing time. But if it doesn't look good, you can open up adjacent areas and keep a small bay or a section closed to allow that area to get more escapement. You really can't do that with the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District. You have a little bit of a buffer because you have inner bays that you can continue to keep closed that'll allow you to get more escapement, but it's a huge area that has a lot of fishing time in it. So if you broke the central section up into 3 different sections, the department would have more flexibility to be able to keep a broader area closed to help us achieve escapement to that specific area. That being said, it's hugely allocative. It wouldn't change anything with respect to early run sockeye management or late run sockeye management. It would really only affect the pink salmon fishery. The portion of the proposal that deals with the North Cape section in June, it's kind of unknown what that would do, but there are times, particularly in June, that a Fognac Lake or Litnick, as everybody knows it, or the Buskin River system are closed to subsistence fishing. And the central section, which is kind of smack dab in the middle of those two, is open based on Carlick early run sockeye. And that's always been a bit interesting to the department and the public. And it's unknown how much additional sockeye that would get to both the Buskin and Litnick systems if there were closures there.
Anything further, Mr. Swenson?
I'm still a little bit confused as to which, I'm kind of tended to go with the way which would help the department the most. And I guess I guess it's kind of a crapshoot in a sense, huh? Is that basically what I'm getting from it?
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson, the current harvest strategy right now works, is basically what I'm telling you. However, if you did break up the central section into 3 different sections, it would better enable the department to achieve optimal pink and chum salmon escapement to the individual discrete systems.
Anything further?
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak directly to the allocative nature of this, I think. Like I said earlier, there are valid reasons why this could potentially work someday. But we've heard all meeting long, the set gillnet fleet is specifically struggling right now, and I think this board has made adjustments to try and help them make their business better. Giving the department, the way this proposal is written, the tools to open and close different sections compared to the way it's managed now could displace very specifically set netters in different places depending on which year we're talking about. And so I think it does the exact opposite of what we're trying to do. And that's why I suggested that more refinement and more discussion, and if the community and the department feel that there's something they could bring forward that does not displace people allocatively, then I might have a different, but I will be opposed to it right now the way it's written.
Mr. Zaray, then Mr. Wood.
Yeah, Mr. Carpenter just more eloquently said what I would like to say. I think the allocative issues here outweigh the department's concern. Their concern is not strong enough to me to, I appreciate their concerns, and I'd like to, as Mr. Carpenter said, see something in the future that maybe could not be so allocative, but would help the concerns of the department. But at this time, I'll be voting against this.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to be clear. I do not support this proposal 74 right now because it is extremely allocative. Maybe in 3 years, things will change enough that there'll be some tweaks here and there, and there'll be a better way to conserve stocks that are more at risk.
Thank you. Just a comment from myself. I was listening to Mr. Carpenter's argument, thought it very persuasive, was getting ready to switch my vote till some of the words spoken earlier by Mr. Jackson, that the department basically is not going to come forward with such an effort because of the high allocative aspects of it. So I don't think you're going to ever see it come back from the department. So if that's what you're waiting on, I think you got a long wait ahead. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost to the department.
Mr. Godfrey.
I appreciate, Mr. Chair, your observation and comment right there. That's a prudent observation. I've been persuaded the other way. I'll be opposing this now.
Any other comments?
Question.
Question's been called. Sports?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, Mr. Chair.
Subsistence?
No, Mr. Chair.
Law?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wildlife troopers?
No, Mr. Chair.
Please take the roll.
Final action on Proposal 74. Zaray.
No.
John Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we've acted on all proposals that were scheduled before the board. Just want to take a moment to thank the community. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. You've made yourselves available. You've shared your expertise with us, and all of us very much appreciate that and encourage the same to continue on into the future. With that, the only item remaining on our agenda for this meeting is going to be miscellaneous business. We're going to take about a 15-minute break, and in that break, I'd ask all of our members here to take a look at RC 55, which are the items to come in front of us under miscellaneous. There are 3 of them, one of which is the emergency petition dealing with the cod out at Dutch Harbor, asking for emergency petition. And for the new members, similar to what took place earlier meetings with ACR, there are set criteria that must be addressed before you get to the merits of the issue, et cetera. I'm going to ask Mr. Nelson here to go through the process so that you're fully cognizant of it before we start discussions on it. And if you have any questions, to raise them during the break with Mr. Nelson to get them answered. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Nelson. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a first run at it, and then if Mr. Peterson has anything to add, he certainly can. Emergency petitions are potentially a 2-step process. The first step you have in front of you is to evaluate the petition against the criteria. The very first page in the frequently used policies booklet that you guys have is the joint board petition criteria. If the board determines that it meets those criteria and votes to find an emergency, then that would lead to the second step. The board could immediately then proceed to consideration of emergency regulations. The board could also schedule it to be considered in the near future, but you got to get over the emergency hurdle first. So I've got some extra pages of the sheets of the joint board petition criteria to hand around if you guys don't have the frequently used policies handbook with you. That's it.
I would like you to distribute. I do not have the handbook with me, for one. I don't know how the others
There you
feel.
go.
So please,
I don't know if Mr. Peterson had anything to add. No? Okay.
no. So please, during this break, members, take a look at this criteria, and we'll be coming back here in, let's say, 11:30, and we'll go into the miscellaneous items. With that, we stand at recess until 11:30. 5 minutes it is. We'll 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Rock and roll.
Let's roll it, huh? We resume in session, and we'll take up miscellaneous business agenda, which you'll find on RC 55. There are 3 items up for consideration. Mr. Nelson.
Sure. Mr. Chair, the first one is the emergency petition, which is RC 14. There are also some comments from the department, which can be found as RC 50. It'd be appropriate to probably start this with a motion to find an emergency.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the board find that an emergency exists in the Dutch Harbor State Waters Pequod fishery as suggested in RC 14.
I second it.
Thank you. There's now a motion on the floor to find an emergency, which would mean a vote of a yes would be yes, there would be an emergency, and no, there would not be an emergency. I make reference to the 5 AAC 96-625, which is the joint board petition policy, particularly subsection F, which defines emergency as an unforeseen, unexpected event that either threatens a fish or game resource, or an unforeseen, unexpected resource situation where a biological allowed resource harvest would be precluded by delayed regulatory action, and such delay would be significantly burdensome to the petitioners because resource would be unavailable in the future. That is the criteria to the board members that we will be making a decision on this motion on, nothing beyond that. And with that, I'd like staff comments. Have you folks looked at the petition? Oh, I know you have. What is your recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Mark Stickert. I work for the Division of Commercial Fisheries as the Regional Groundfish Management Coordinator. Yeah, you referenced already RC 50. Staff put together some background and gave our assessment of whether or not this emergency meets your criteria. I'm happy to walk through the details at your leisure, or I'll just note and reference folks here to the discussion on page 3 of RC 50, and the department determines that an emergency does not exist based on the joint board criteria relative to this request, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So nothing beyond RC 50 that you would be sharing with us as to the determination of an emergency, correct?
Mr. Chair, no, I think RC 50 covers the department's position fairly well.
Thank you very much. Any board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the department's assessment. I personally do not think that the petition found in RC 14 meets the criteria laid out in 5 AAC 96.6250, specifically subsection F, as you read into the record. So for that matter, there's also public comments that came in to and for and against this, and I think the public comment that was submitted by the BBRDC is pertinent to this conversation. So for that matter, I will be voting that their emergency does not exist.
Ms. Carson Van Dort.
Thank you. With respect to the joint board petition policy and the finding of emergency under the section that that we use, it's really got a real biological conservation focus. I don't believe that there's a biological conservation emergency that is presented here within this petition. I believe that the department came to the same conclusion. However, in their comments, the department also noted that the petitioner cited a paragraph of Alaska Statute 4462-250, which is, quote, a regulation of order to repeal may be adopted as an emergency regulation or order of repeal if a state agency makes a written finding, including a statement of facts that constitute the emergency that the adoption of the regulation or order of repeal is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, safety, or general welfare. And I think what the petitioners were citing was general welfare in their petition, and I just can't get there. It's very relatively small number of people. It is not the public's general welfare. And for those reasons, I don't believe there's an emergency, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Godfrey?
For comments already stated, I agree with that sentiment. It's a very high bar to get there with the board, and so every time that we would agree that there's, that we would accept an emergency position, that is a precedent that the board should probably adhere to, and I don't see it here, so I'll be voting no.
Any other discussion?
Question?
Question's been called. Do we need to go through E&O on this? I don't think so. Oh, so with that, we'll call a roll.
Thank you. On the motion to find an emergency, to make a finding of an emergency, John Wood,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
No.
Zaret,
No.
Svensson,
No.
Godfrey,
No.
Carpenter,
No.
Mike Wood.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now go to Joint Board ACR from EPOW Advisory Committee. Oh, Prince, okay. RC 54.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a kind of a unique situation here with this request. The joint board itself does not have any kind of an agenda change request policy. That's kind of essentially what this request is, since the proposal deadline for our upcoming joint board meeting has already passed. However, since either board has the authority to call a meeting of the joint boards, either the Board of Fish or the Board of Game could vote to essentially accept this and then schedule it on to the joint board meeting if that's the desire of either board. I don't know if Mr. Peterson has anything to add procedurally there.
No, I would only note that, the Board of Fisheries has a one caveat in its policy that it won't consider these beyond its first meeting of the year, the work session. The Board of Game doesn't have that policy, obviously. This is not, this petition is not for a proposal that would come before this board, it would come before the joint board. So it's, probably arguable whether that would apply here. Leave it up to the members to decide that.
So that all members are on the same page here, what is it we're being asked to decide here?
Essentially, it would be whether the Board of Fisheries wants to add this proposal, to pick up this proposal and add it to the joint board meeting in late March of this year.
So the motion would be to that effect, correct?
Motion would be to, schedule this
okay.
proposal for the joint board meeting.
Mr. Carpenter, you're really good at making those kind of motions.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I would move that the Board of Fish find that the petition from the East Prince of Wales Fish and Game Advisory Committee found in RC 54 be added to the joint board agenda at the request of the Board of Fish.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. I don't understand why they can't just do it internally, but nonetheless, if they can't, I'll discuss it at the joint board. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'm just, hopefully I even have the right piece of paper here. I mean, I'm just not sure what we're being asked to do if it's what this AC is asking, whether they're asking for us to have a meeting there or what. Go ahead, Art. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, they're asking to designate seats on their advisory committee for specific communities. Currently, this advisory committee does not have seats designated to communities, and I think they're expressing a concern that that Thorn Bay residents may tend to dominate the committee, and that's why they want to do this. And there are many advisory committees across the state who the joint board has designated seats to communities. there is the possibility that the advisory committee could potentially address this through their own bylaws. I know some advisory committees do that to designate specific user group seats be set aside. But again, for designated community seats, that has been typically done by the joint board.
I think he just answered my question, because I was trying to figure out why they would be precluded from administering within their bylaws. But if historically the community designations have been done via the joint board and the resource designated seats have been done within the bylaws, then I can kind of begin to understand that distinction. Based on that, I would be inclined to accept this only because the joint board does not meet very frequently. It's only 5 years at best. So, I mean, their wait time could be quite lengthy, depending upon whether or not the joint board meets in 5 years or whatever. So I guess I'm leaning that way, but I wish that they had submitted on time, like, everybody else has to do.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just add a little bit to this discussion. I think that there is an avenue that exists already for them to do this. I think that in certain situations where designated seats specifically for communities are brought before an advisory committee and there's some consternation about giving certain communities those designated seats, I think, which could be the situation here, I'm not positive. Maybe they are asking the joint board to make the final decision. So if that's the case, and obviously we might not have all the information, considering the fact that we're having a joint board meeting this year and adding something as simple as this to the agenda doesn't seem to really be something that we should probably not accept. So I'll probably be supportive of it.
And a follow-up to Mr. Carpenter's remark about adding what looks to be a simple item, since it's already been determined that I'll not be chairing it and be responsible for moving things along, I'll be in favor of adding it on.
Question?
Okay. On the motion to accept RC 50, was it 54? Yeah, RC 54, and schedule it for the joint board meeting. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zaret.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yeah.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now go to the third item, which was the Kodiak River King Salmon stock of concern. Delisting criteria RC5.
Probably best to turn to staff for this.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So as you mentioned, you have RC5 before you. This is an addendum, a proposed addendum to the Kodiak River King Salmon Action Plan. Kodiak River King Salmon were declared a stock of management concern by the board in 2011. And at that time, it wasn't common practice for us to include criteria for how you essentially remove that stock of concern designation. And since then, we've learned that those are important elements to include in an action plan. And as we did in Homer with one of the action plans, the board adopted one of these addenda to a previously existing management plan or action plan. And so we've put this set of criteria before the board, and our request is that the board adopt this RC5 as criteria for removing the king salmon stock of management concern designation when stock status warrants that action. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Board questions, comments?
I was just going to recommend it might be best to do this in the context of a motion.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Alaska Board of Fisheries adopt the language found in RC 005, which is an addendum to the Car Lake River King Salmon Action Management Plan.
Second it.
Any discussion? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thanks, Forrest. And just for the record, this criteria is consistent with other delisting criteria that the board has accepted fairly recently.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, yes, it is. I believe these criteria are the same as the criteria in the Iakulik Action Plan, Iakulik King Salmon Action Plan. That was declared a stock of concern in 2020, and at that point, we had these criteria in the action plan. But yeah, so these are consistent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
I just say, I having come from a place where we've dealt with these stock of concerns before, I appreciate the plan and to unwind something from being a stock of concern. So I'm psyched you're doing this.
Any further discussion? If not, please call the question.
Call the roll, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. On the motion to adopt the delisting criteria found in RC5, Svensson.
Yes.
Mike Wood.
Yes.
John Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zare.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
That motion carries 7-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That concludes, does it not, the miscellaneous agenda?
Those were all the items we had on there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now go to member comments. Starting off with my right, Mr. Wood, do you have any comments for the good of the body?
I do. I really appreciate, well, first of all, just from last spring showing up here and learning about Kodiak and everybody that's helped, take the time to give me their opinion. It's really helped me, I think, see this place for what it is and really appreciate it. I think this has been a really good meeting space. I also want to say that I think it was a bit of an unusual event for an AC to meet, and then kind of it was some unprecedented AC events that I hope doesn't become normal because ACs are super important and speak to the issues as a community. And I've been on them. I really like them, and I think they're super important. I think that would be my only word to the wise down the road. But man, I think this Kodiak community is doing the right thing. So thanks for letting us be here.
Mr. Swenson, any comments?
I've enjoyed my time here, and I think it's a great community, and I met a lot of great people. So I think you live in a great place. I love Anchorage too, but if I could make a living out here, I might be tempted to do that.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to everybody from the Kodiak community. Obviously, welcome the board with open arms. I'd like to sincerely thank the staff for putting the room together and all the people from the department who showed the board support during this process. And I guess hopefully we'll continue to have some of the Board of Fish meetings in Kodiak, because I think it's important to get out into the community and visit the people whose interests are being, dealt with at the board level. So thank you.
Mr. Zare?
Yes. Before I make a comment to the community and stuff, I have a question for the chairman. We are not going to be discussing the RC 52 that was submitted. I thought that we were going to take that up under miscellaneous.
No, I was going to make note that RC 52 from the Fairbanks AC had been given to us, but I was not going to put it on the agenda for action.
Okay.
You can do what you think appropriate.
I just wanted to know what was going to be happening with it.
No, and if you wish to respond or engage in dialogue, you're more than welcome to do so with them.
Well, just put it on the record that I voted against stopping that proposal 59 to be, removing it from the agenda in the last meeting, and I thought we were going to maybe discuss it, but I'll just let it go at that. It's,
Okay.
So anyway, it's, I've lived up here in Alaska for like 50 years or something like that, And, I've always heard of this island, and stuff like that. It's always seemed like a really unique place, from what I've heard. And I've never had the opportunity to come here before. And it's, and it is everything. I haven't seen much of the island, but I've walked every day. I've gone to look at the boats and talk to people, and it is everything I've always thought it was. It's quite a unique place, and it's very similar, when I walk around out there, it's very similar to like where I'm from in Boston, where the fishing boats and stuff like that, and I did fish on a drag boat or a trawler or whatever it was, back there for a time period when I was a teenager. And so it's really makes me feel kind of at home in that sense. And just I'd like to thank everybody for being friendly. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll continue with comments around Mr. Godfrey.
Boston is the poor man's Kodiak, Stan. As usual, I'm happy to come to Kodiak, always am. I have the good fortune of getting here numerous times every year. Staff did a great job supporting us, as they always do. Really appreciate the staff support, really appreciate the community engagement, all the vigorous discussion and debate. I think this process is a very thorough process, and while people don't always, walk away satisfied with the outcome of some of the proposals, they are given the opportunity to engage and be heard by the board, so the board makes maximally informed decisions, and I think this community did a stellar job of representing in a respectful way, and even though it was some contentious topics, I really think that the community represented themselves and acquitted themselves really well during the process while we're here, and look forward to our next trip here.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specific to RC 52, I just have a quick question. Is it the chair's intent to respond to the AC's request letter?
I have no such intention to do so, and I'm sort of a camp cook. Whoever raises idea ends up cooking. So if someone wants to have a response, I'm going to assign them the responsibility of doing that.
Mr. Chair, I just think it's the responsibility of the chair to respond on behalf of the board to an advisory committee. I mean, these advisories committee put in a lot of time, they put in a lot of effort, it's volunteer. I don't take the work and their requests lightly. The board obviously puts a lot of emphasis and consideration to the work and opinions of the AC, and I just wanted to place that on the record. With respect to the Kodiak meeting, I really want to thank the community for turning out, for their high level of participation, from the community reception, which was really fun and enjoyable. I spent a lot of time visiting with folks there, and congratulations also on this beautiful new facility that you have in your community. It was a great venue to have this meeting, and I just wanted to thank especially the community of Kodiak. It's a special place, and also the department staff, board support for all of their excellent work as usual. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and now it's to myself to wrap up for the rest of the meeting.
If I can jump in as well, I've got a couple comments.
You want to do it now or after mine?
I'll go after you.
Okay. Anyway, a couple of comments. We're coming up to the Upper Cook Inlet meeting. As opposed to the 30 proposals here, we have 180 some odd proposals. So, and it's not that far off. It's just a few weeks off. Understand that the workload has to be distributed so it doesn't fall on just one or two members. So I guess I'm giving a heads up where it fell on shoulders much to a few members, and I appreciate those members stepping up for that. There is, let's see if Ruben's still awake and justify him staying at every meeting. Concerning the Kenai Lake Run Action Plan, it is a highly complex plan that was sent to us that involves a lot of different options, all of which interrelate with each other. I'm going to encourage my members, when they come to that meeting, when they go to take action on an action plan, they try at least to create packages so that we're not dealing with just the OEG or just the paired restrictions or just any one item, but rather give us a total package so we can see how they interrelate. That's not something that's binding by rule, but that's just a suggested way of proceeding that'll simplify our job, and it'll make staff a lot easier to be able to make cogent remarks as to what the impacts may be. I've asked the commissioner to take and try and give us a list of those proposals at UCI that would be impacted by the action committee, so that indeed, if the board were so inclined, they could move to take no action based upon the adoption of whatever was adopted in the action plan, which comes up in the very early part of the meeting. So, going one step further, I want some feedback here while we got us all assembled. One of the thoughts that I had in mind, since it was so complex with this action plan, is that we hold a work session prior to the meeting of the board, and there would be no public participation, but it would be an educational ability for the board members to have staff go through all of the different options, et cetera, and how they relate to each other. And if that generates questions by the board members, that they're able to get at least that answered there, and there would be a public session, et cetera. The public could listen in, but they couldn't participate. If there's interest in doing that, we would see what needs to be done to make that happen. If there's not interest in doing that, then we'll just do it all at the meeting, which is fine. I'm good either way, because, I, for one, have studied the action plan. I think I understand pretty well how it can either work or explode. So some feedback. I'm going to look to the experienced ones first. Marit. And
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, these meetings are scheduled years in advance. I'm not really, I don't understand how a work session would benefit significantly from what we already do in the meeting. The department presents the action plan, we walk through it, the department, we have the opportunity to ask a bunch of questions and dig into it. And, the public isn't engaged necessarily in that process, but they do have the opportunity to help inform board members' questions and breaks and things like that. So I guess I'm not particularly inclined to hold a separate work session just on the action plan, but that's my thoughts. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, though, about it. I appreciate it.
yeah, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's an interesting idea. I'm not sure that I've ever seen that happen before, but I haven't been on the board that long. I've been at a lot of board meetings over the course of the last 30 years, but I do think that this action plan is pretty complex compared to some that this board has seen and past boards have seen. So I do think that there could potentially be some merit there in a little bit of a different setting, maybe a little bit more relaxed, to where specifically, I'll include myself in that, newer board members, because this is so complex and because there's going to be so many proposals that are attached to the outcome of the action plan one way or another, I think it could potentially help the meeting progress. And so for that matter, I'm not sure exactly what your intentions are in regards to scheduling something like that, but I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it.
Any other discussion, Mr. Wood?
Yeah, between the extra meetings that we've had this year for the work group for traditional knowledge and then this upcoming lengthy Upper Cook Inlet one, it'd be hard to find the time to fit into all that between work and everything to make that happen. That being said, I already feel like I spend a lot of time trying to do homework.
That would be my intention, but not unless there's support across the board to do it. I'm not just put it together. That's what I'm asking feedback on.
Yeah, I would really, especially with my living out in the village, I mean, I already have an extreme amount, I mean, half my time sometimes is at a lengthy board meeting is traveling to and from. I mean, I'm going to go, yeah, so I would really like it if it was, so that's good.
So-
And I'd be fine with a telephone meeting.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, then
Last question. I mean, has the chair thought about when? settled on any
we
dates?
talked, Art and I talked very briefly, and it'd be about a week before the meeting or something like that, to whatever fit people's schedule. But I'm hearing that, there's not a great deal of support to really reach out there and do that, so I would just come to the conclusion that we will not hold such a meeting. I would highly encourage, I've been in direct communication with the commissioner on down on the action plan. I'd highly encourage members to do the same thing. Study it, understand it, get a hold of staff, and get your questions answered so that you come into that meeting fully prepared to discuss it. It's not going to be on-the-job training type of situation. Probably the most controversial thing we've handled this cycle. So, anyway, Mr. Nelson, you wanted the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to, first of all, thank the board staff, Natalie, Kyle, and Annie down there. They make it look easy. They make me look good. Thank you very much. We obviously do a lot of work setting up and moving stuff and long hours, and all of your effort is appreciated. It's been a wonderful place to hold a meeting. This facility is fantastic. Emily Sasso has been our point of contact, and she's gone out of her way to make accommodations for us to get in here a little early and have a little more time for setup, and we really appreciate that. The North Pacific Council is going to be holding a meeting here soon. I'm a little jealous that they get to come and have a meeting in June in Kodiak, and we do it in January, but still, we've had some little bit of blue sky poking out occasionally, so maybe we can find some opportunities to come and hold a committee meeting or something in the summertime there. And again, thanks to the community. The reception that the groups put on Tuesday evening was really enjoyable. Nice chance to kind of mingle and meet folks, see some old friends. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else to come in front of the body? Entertain a motion to adjourn? Forrest.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank our staff in the Division of Commercial Fisheries for all the hard work they did preparing for this meeting and compliment them on their professionalism here. They do a great credit to the department. I wanted to thank board support staff for making the meeting run so smoothly and express my appreciation for the hospitality shown here by folks in my hometown. Thanks.
Anything else to come in front of the body? Mr. Carpenter, you want to wrap it up?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Any objection here? And seeing none, we are adjourned.